Oh, almost forgot I had muted the mic. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. This is Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and this is the Dragon Den. Thank you all for joining me on yet another impromptu, non-scheduled stream. I apologize for all the impromptu streams, but I'm just starting to, my anxiety's kicking in as I keep looking at the calendar every day and realizing how much I need to get done before Murph. And I've agreed to bring this printer that we've been working on to Murph. So I'm just kind of freaking out a little bit about it. And I did some work last night off stream to try and troubleshoot a few things. And okay, so you can't hear me, BC? Good to go. So I was troubleshooting some stuff last night, specifically on the CAN bus stuff. Wasn't making too much progress there, so I pushed forward and did the wiring, which is really strange because before I tested any movement, I actually cut all the motor wires and made them look pretty. So luckily, everything looks great. I will definitely post some pictures on Twitter later today. But I did want to kind of continue and make progress. And I felt bad not streaming the content, or if I just like recorded it and tried to throw it up later, I would still kind of feel bad. So without further ado, I mean, I want to get into this and just try and make some progress. I will tell you that I am starting to make the list of things that need to get done, and I had some panel sizes here, so I was out cutting panels earlier today, working through some wiring. Hey, Turtle Crawler, how's it going? And Turtle Crawler's being nice enough to get me some additional files and then reminding me of, oh, well, you're going to need this magnet size and that magnet size for the door. And I'm going, God, I don't have any of that. So the good news is I need to make a big order anyhow for parts for my dragster. And hopefully if it gets in on time, I'll build the dragster. If not, then the dragster will slide over to Earth and I'll just continue working away on the printers. But yeah, Turtle Crawler has been a big help over the last couple of days trying to get me some files that we need to finish some things out. So that's been great. So without further ado, let me kind of show you where we're at with the printer and what I did off stream yesterday, and then what we'll be working on a little bit today. So let me switch screens here. So what we did before was we had our bed laid out. We did go ahead and make the connection into our fuse, and we know that the inbound from the fuse is going to be our load coming into the bed, and then the other long connection right now is going to be our neutral heading back out of the bed. And then we'll have our thermistor, which will go home run all the way back to the main board. I tried putting some Kapton tape here. It will not adhere well enough, to the silicone heat pad. So what I'm thinking is, once I figure out what my length will be, is potentially just putting some Kapton tape right here at the back, just to try and hold the wires down, but we'll see if that's even needed. The other thing I did was attach one of the ground wires I had available, and we'll just cut this to length when we add it to the Wagos. But I do want to kind of bring this up and show you all how I had to do this. So this particular bed, the taps for the fuse and for the ground are M3s. So with these being M3s, I had to use an M3 screw, an M3 washer, an M5 washer, because this I think was almost like, I mean, I could have put an M5 through this and been fine through the ring eyelet, and I didn't have any of the smaller ones and couldn't find any when I went to the store today. So this is going to work for now to get us ground, and we'll make our connections. What I'll also do next is bring the printer up here so you can see what the printer looks like in its current state. And then we'll go and mount the bed and continue going. Oy. Pretty sure I have shared all the printed files for the enclosure now in the private channel. You could use some red RTV if you are worried about, yeah, I'm not really worried about it falling down and getting in the way. I just want to double check. And if it is, then I just want to hold those wires up out of the way. And yeah, that's true. I could put some RTV and hold the wires down at the closer to where they come out at, because as you can see, I zip tied them together right here, and that helped. But if I put some RTV kind of like in this area, that should hold them down, but still give me the ability to come in here if I ever need to swap a fuse out if this fuse blows for any reason. I'm just really looking at keeping it down so it doesn't interfere, but it shouldn't. We'll have to double check though. So as you can see, we've got almost everything wired up and prettied up. Speaking of prettied up, let me move this out of the way. As you guys remember, that's just my little trick. The software clipper will not come up if it can't read temperatures. So just having a few extra thermistors here that you can plug in for your bed and Hotend if needed, that'll get you the ability to at least bring up the clipper software and play with it a little bit. So since we'll be putting the bed in, we'll be good there. I've got wires pre-run here for the load and the neutral. And the load does come back. It mounts underneath this bar right here and goes into the load of the SSR. And then the neutral comes in and pops up into the neutral block over here. I'm really thinking I will probably replace these two. They're a little tight. I don't like that. So I will be replacing these two connections later today. I was having some issues with getting CAN bus to load on our tool head board, right? Remember that in our last stream. So I was thinking the issue might be here with the board, but I could load CAN boot on it, but I couldn't get Clipper to go on it. And I did some work last night, was still getting frustrated with it. Hey, Major Gamer Geek, thanks for the hype there, my friend. And was getting really, really frustrated with it. Did some research out on Discord on the Voron Clipper CAN boot or CAN bus depot, I think is the channel name. And I found one of the references, went out and looked, and one of the things it says is even though the UTC should not require, it should be good out of the box, there was a whole batch or more of the 2.1 boards that went out with bad firmware. Hey, Timur, thank you. Yeah, and I've got both battery packs are charged up and ready to go if need be, though we shouldn't, because everything should be charged up. I should be good for 4 hours, and I don't think I'm going to stream for that long today. You ran the fuse through the Wagos, so if the fuse ever trips, it's easy. Exactly. And that was the other thing. I could take the ground and the thermistor all the way back. And that's what I did on the 2.4 is it's line in or load is connected to one side of the fuse to the load in of the printer, and then it comes out to the neutral and then neutral down. It's almost like you would need a setup on each side if you also wanted to do ground and thermistor, but it's no big deal. Yeah, you could use, and I've done that in the past too, where I've created my own jumpers so that I can jumper them right at the board. That may be something I'll do down the road as well. It's easy enough to do after I've got the wires run anyhow, and then ground runs all the way. Yeah. Yeah, I may redo all that. That's no big deal. I just want to get this up and running and prove to myself that it's all working and pushing plastic. So the issue was the UTC board down here. There was the UTC board itself is fine. It was the firmware. So what I did was installed the latest version of the firmware off their GitHub. And while I was at it, the other UTC board that I was getting a core lock when trying to use the STM32 Cube programmer, I tried flashing that with new firmware and it took. So I may have a spare UTC now. Now the one I ran 120 through that, or 120 volts, that one's dead. That one's no bueno. So once I got that done, I reinstalled CAN boot using the USB, and then flashed it with Clipper. Boom, like a charm. It just like so great. My CAN bus is up and running. I've since checked for my firmware settings. My X and Y end stops are good. I can home the printer. For X and Y, I haven't done Z because I have like no bed here yet. I've checked direction for all of my stepper motors. They're all going in the right direction. I haven't tested the heater on the bed yet because the bed's not installed. And I've tested the heater on the hot end and it works. And I wound up, I had the part cooling fan and the hot end fan reversed. I was going to reverse it, just reverse it in the printer.config file. And I was like, no, don't do that. Physically swap the connectors on the board, because then otherwise this would be the one printer out of my entire fleet where the fans are reversed in software for ports. So I was like, no, just make the change there. I've tidied up a lot of the wiring underneath. Once we get the bed installed and we go to do the rest of the wiring for the bed, I will show you guys the underneath of the printer, and you can see just how, I'll say, nice I have the wiring done and how much this frame allows you to wire without a lot of pain. So, okay, so let me check what Turtle was saying. So, thermistor, yeah, use the JSTSM. Ground runs all the way. I actually just removed my 5+ bed the other day since I was changing the magnetic sheet, and it was easy to work with. Yeah, yep. Do you have the older Manta board without CAN bus? The board downstairs on my Ender 5 Plus is a Manta M8P version 1.0, so it doesn't have CAN bus. This is a 1.1. It does have CAN bus. I'm familiar with this setup using the UTCs, and I didn't want to have to go through and add like CAN boot, and I know it's capable of running CAN off this board. I just didn't want to, because you know, somewhere down the road, if I wanted to rip can out and go to a straight umbilical for whatever reason, because boards died and I had a spare, you know, just straight tool head board with a full umbilical, I could do that and make the necessary software changes without that. If something dies on this board, I don't know. It's 6 1/2 does the other. I haven't used CAN on an actual motherboard yet. And this, and I think the Octopus that I put in the 2.4 and the one that's going in the 1.8 are the only boards I have that can do that anyhow. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. So I've got my top tensioned, or belt's pretty well tensioned. I did install the cable chain really because I needed to run this all the way up and figure out how many links I needed anyhow. So my cable chain's installed, and I ran the 2 main wires for the for the power. We're going to run the rest of our cables. I need to run a ground all the way down, or at least a ground down and into the Wago, and then run the thermistor wires all the way down. And then once again, somewhere down the road, maybe I'll leave some extra length on the ground cable, like a service loop, so that if I wanted to run ground all the way through down the road, I could. At the same time, I may go ahead and cut the thermistor wires and just do a jumper to make that bed a little bit easier. I agree, the ability to take the bed off without having to undo all the wires is great. My wife would love that too, especially as I was changing the arms and stuff on the Ender 5 Plus ZeroG, and my wife was trying to hold that 8-pound bed up as I was changing everything out because you have to remove the rods and everything. She was none too happy with me. But what we're going to do is we're going to pull these are M4 by 16 bolts. I'm just going to go ahead and unscrew these. And I did tighten down our M3 by 10 screws here. So these balls are going to stay where they're at, not shift as we're trying to put the bed on. This is using a Big Tree Tech Manta M8P. I could probably do the Manta M5P, or was it the SKR 3, I think, which has 5. Really, all I needed is 5 motors. What? A, B, Z1, or Z0, Z1, Z2. So this is there just because I'm sorry, it helps if I do this. I have 6 drivers on this board just in case I had an issue and I needed a spare driver. I don't need 6 drivers. I just needed a board with 5. 1 for each of the 3 lead screws, A and B, because the extruder motor is being run off of a CAN bus tool head board. You started using brass hex standoffs. Oh. M4 by 10 by 6 millimeter standoffs. Okay, nice. So I've got some standoffs. These aren't the same ones that are in the, I'll say in the, whatchamacallit. Dang it. They're not the same ones that are in the kit by Fabrico, but they work. And I just realized I haven't located my holes yet and taken the, made the holes in the top. So I need to do that. So let me do that right quick. What's a good way? Yep. So what I did was I just poked 3 holes with a small Phillips screwdriver, and I'm just going to use my hobby knife to cut the magnet out. That will allow me to get my M4 bolts in here. And all you got to do is just slowly work your way through it. Kind of make a plus sign and then just run it along the inside of the hole. Whatever reason, I think what I need to do is just start using a nicer X-Acto blade instead of this blade, and I'll get some cleaner holes. But that would require me to actually go and find my nice X-Acto blade set. Just slowly work around your counterbore hole and dig out the magnet, and then you'll be able to get the head of your bolts in there. Oh wow. Yeah, this is the Fysetc um, uh, bed and magnet. So I'm not sure if there's a new version of this or not, but be a pretty decent sized magnet material though. And yeah, that could be a way of doing it is, you know, using a drill from the other side, drilling through and then coming back and cutting the counter bore. Never seem to make these as pretty as I want to. One of these days I will. Once I get the rough done, I'm just going to take my deburring tool and just do a quick once around just to try and clean it up. Make sure it's flush at the top edge. Don't know what that was. Oh, Back my deburring tool came off. Yeah, so now that we got that done, so I'll actually be able to put my screws back in. I'm just going to get my plate in the general vicinity. Put my first 2 screws in so I can work on lining them up with the trucks beneath. We'll screw them down. And then we'll go. Oh, goodness gracious, my bad. So, you will need to move the trucks around to get everything to line up. What I'm going to do here is just put my spacer on the ball, kind of move the truck around to get it lined up. Put my wires out of the way. Or a screw down in there and get it fed in. And once the screw and the once the screw lines up with the spacer and into the hole of the console ball, then you can just go ahead and tighten things up. Okay, make sure everything's tight. Everything's nice and tight. Then you can go ahead and loosen these M3x10 screws. You can either take them all the way out or just loosen them up a turn or two and leave them in there. Because what you'll want to do is if you ever go to remove your build plate for any reason, you'll want to put these back in before you take your build plate off. And that way you can keep your console balls from rotating as you're taking the, moving the bed on and off. It'll make life a lot easier. And hey sis, how are you doing? Also for normal magnets that are press the holes using the end of a Sharpie. Then I cut them. Gives you a nice edge line to follow with the edge of a Sharpie. Okay. Yeah, it'd be cool too if there was like an actual like punching tool that you could use. That was the correct size for those M4 screws. And you could just, get it lined up, I don't know. I think there's a way that tooling wise it can be done. So we've got our bed on there. Now I'm just going to turn things around. And we're going to be working right back here. So because we've got our 2 wires, here, let me drop this down and we can see what I'm working on. So how you doing today, Westery? You getting stuff done on the farm? Hope so. Whoops. All right, dropped you down here. Let me go ahead and turn this a little bit. That's just because the legs are up on the edge. So we've got our neutral and line wires run up through the cable chain and they're sitting in the Wagos. So what we're going to need to do is our whatchamacallit, our fuse, which is this wire here, this little straight wire, is the line in. So we're going to need to take this, cut it, and add it to our Wago so that it's in the line in, which in this case, going from the front to the back of the printer, I've currently set it up as load, neutral, and then it's going to be ground. Or we may run ground all the way up, in which case, yeah, we'll have a spare, and I can do some other rewiring a little bit later. But I'm just going to give myself a little bit of strain relief room on here, and then cut this wire a little bit shorter. And then I'll need to strip my 11 millimeters off. And you know, the more I think about it, I think maybe laying this down would be helpful. Let me get these wires out of the way, and let me move these couple of things. Hey, DB3D Dan, how are you doing, my friend? Thank you for the raid. Thank you for coming in and seeing us today. Give me just half a second to get my head put back on as I think about what I'm going to do. Like I need to rearrange some things so I can lay this printer down. So hopefully it'll give you a little bit easier view. About what I'm doing. Maybe. So then we'll have to raise this back up. Things are going well, Dan. Things are going well. Thank you for asking. I'm just going to raise this up and rotate around and give you guys a little better look. Hopefully a little bit better look. So once again, currently I've got the two bed wires, the load and the neutral, coming through and going into our Wagos. The little wire that I just cut right here, that's not any better, is it? So anyhow, I just cut this little wire, and this is the lead into the fuse. Now all I need to do is trim 11 millimeters off of that wire, and we can feed that in to the Wago. Come on. There we go. A little bit. Got my spare Wago here that I can double check my length on. Need to go just a little bit more. Give these wires a little bit of a twist and get them locked in place. Maybe if I do that, and then give me something that I can raise it up on to put it at an angle. Polymaker is good for all kinds of things. It might make it easier for people to see, maybe not for me to work on. So once again, this first block is the load. So that's where I want this is the inbound current. So we're going to put that one in and lock it down. So now we've got load wire coming in, going through the fuse. The fuse comes down and connects into the mat. And then this is the return that's going to go into this one here. And so that's why I hadn't cut it yet, is so I could try and figure out about where I needed to cut it. We'll go right there. So Dan, how have you been, my friend? How was your stream earlier? This is a scratch built Ender 5 based sized printer. It's called a ZeroG. Normally you would take a Ender 5 and convert it to a Mercury, which would be a Core XY gantry, and then Hydra, which would be the triple lead screw, like a boron trident. Go ahead and see. But in this case, this is a full scratch built frame. So this is made to actually be enclosed for high temp printing from day one. Where on a normal Ender 5, you wouldn't be able to do high temp unless you built an enclosure around the printer. And that's really kind of a pain in the tuchus to do. All right, so now I'm going to bring this up, get it aligned in my Wago, make sure it's fully in there, lock it down, do a little tug test. And now I've got both of my, all of my load and return installed. I'm going to go ahead and feed my thermistor wire through my cable chain here. I can figure out a best way to do it. Best way was probably before I put the other wires in there, but come on. There you go. I get a little service loop. And what I'll do is I'll zip tie these together to provide some strain relief. And the nice thing is this is pretty much a straight shot down. So if I can get it moving, it should be able to go down pretty easy. I could open this whole cable chain up, but I'm trying not to do that. Because apparently I'm a glutton for punishment. Oh yes, Westry, and you just missed it because I was drinking coffee earlier. I haven't got a second cup yet today, but we had stopped at our local diner and gotten breakfast this morning, and then afterwards went to Lowe's and got some things that I needed for Murph, which in this case would be a big extension cord and surge protector. Alrighty. Grab one of these, use it as a little pokey stick. And then stopped at Starbucks for wifey, and then went on into Dunkin' Donuts for myself because, well, I just like their coffee a little bit better. Okay, so we had that one. The next one up would be our ground wire. Same thing, we're going to bring this around. Really don't like running it right by the truck there. What do you guys think? Is there a possibility for it getting hung up there, or should we run it down and around and back up? Oh, wow. Solar 3DP, thank you so much for gifting 5 Tier 1 gift subs. Let's see, who got gift subs? Major Gamer Geek, Printed Visions 3D, Frankenbee Gaming, BC2 3D, and Steve L3D. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate that so much. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be an issue. I'll bring it around here because the bed's not moving back. If any, well, not, it'll be fine. So I'll go ahead and cut that there. I'll have to strip another 11 millimeters off of this. Go ahead and just fit in. We go down, give it a good tug, and that should stay out of the way there. So we need to run one more cable, and I've got a green here, so we'll use green. And this is going to be, what is this, 20 gauge FEP cable. So it's very similar to what we used on the on our CAN bus wiring. So I'm going to take this and just try and feed it straight on down through our cable chain. And of course it shoots out the side almost immediately. So give it some guidance as we go down through here. I don't know why. I've got cable chains that open and I seem to just love to try and fight it. Okay, fine. Yeah, love my coffee hypes. Nap time chat soon. Okay, Solar 3DP. Yeah, definitely nap time. So I'm just going to open up like every other one just to make it easy to get at, but also keep the existing cables from falling out. That should get us down there easier. And okay. So Westery One, how's my little girl Mia doing? Haven't seen your streams lately, so I haven't been able to check up on her. Okay, there we go. And as I mentioned before, I'm just going to pull a decent length down here. So in case we decide to just cut it out and run it its full length the next time, we'll have it. Mia's doing great. Good. And how about all the other animals? Hopefully they're doing just as good. So then this piece gets pushed down through just these few lengths, which hopefully should be a little easier maybe. Just a little. There we go. There's our ground cable. We'll go ahead and close things up. All of them are closed up. And we'll go ahead and get our ground cable stripped to about 11 millimeters. Bring that around and get it in our Wago. Go ahead and pull that excess out some more. And then once again, I'm going to go ahead and put a couple of zip ties here just to add some strain relief to that. As soon as I find my zip ties. And then that's pretty much it. The bed is fairly easy to wire up when you use Wagos. Makes life a lot easier. Uh-oh, your Twitch shut down. And just like that, our bed is installed and we're ready to go back underneath the printer. Let me make some room here. Get rid of those for now. Toss that in the wire pile. Clean this stuff off. This can go back here. We won't need it. This can go over here. We'll move our box because may not need our box for this. So we're going to spin our printer around. I'm going to move it back as much as I can for you without dropping the printer because that would be bad at this point. Drop it back down so we can see what we're doing. So this isn't that huge, Westery, comparatively speaking. The Ender 5 Plus, which is the one downstairs, has a 370 by 377 bed, and its Z height is, I want to say 420-ish. This is 255 by 255. Hey, Maker Viking, how are you doing, my friend? So what you'll be able to see here is how I've been able to do my wiring. So the motors, right? the motor wires come down here, and I use some clips to run them right down the back of our rear cross member here. Then the umbilical comes over, joins with those wires, and I used a little bit bigger sleeving, and I brought it down underneath what'll be the back deck. Then all of those wires are zip tied using these 2020 zip tie blocks. So you got a spot for 2 zip ties, and it goes on with an M3x8 screw into a T-nut. And I routed it down and around underneath the deck profile. So I'm able to pick up the motors here and bring it around. And then as I come across, I've got a couple of dent clips that I use to tie the wires to, and so it keeps that bundle just nice and tight. And now I've got my other wires here, which will be my ground wire. And once again, I want to kind of keep a little bit of a service loop. So I'm going to do kind of the same thing right here. Can't get you down much lower. Yeah, you can see this little clip right here. So I've got my load and my neutral wire that just come down and go through this little clip. I'm just going to take my ground and do the same thing and pull it through there. Make sure it doesn't get tangled. And then what I'm going to do for now is I'm just going to loop it once or twice so it's out of the way. And then I can bring it up into the ground way it goes right here. But I just want to keep it so that I've got a service loop is what I'm trying to build in here. And that should be good, just that one loop. And since it's going into a Wago, I need to strip my 11 millimeters again. Hey, Subsector, how are you doing tonight, dear? So we're working on final wiring of this printer, and I kind of talked through some of the stuff. Wow, that looks way longer than it needed to be. And it is. So we're going to have to cut some off of this. Because once again, it needs to be 11. If it's too long, then you're going to have exposed wires, and that is not good. You do not want exposed wires out of here. You got your second wrap up finally? Awesome. So once again, I'm leaving a little bit of a service loop here. So if I want to later on, I can take this ground wire all the way back up to the bed and make it a full up wire. But I'm going to peek this through, and we're going to add it to our Wago connectors for our ground. So now we've got our bed grounded, ground to our power supply. I do need to add a ground, I just realized, to the SSR. And then this is our thermistor hookup. So what I need to do is just kind of locate where my thermistor's at, and then figure out if I've got enough to route it around. And it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to route it around that same way and get it there. So what I may have to do for this particular wire is kind of play it sneaky. I'm not sure if I can get the connector through there. Nope. So these clips come off, by the way, and they've got an open edge to them. So you can feed your wires into it and then rotate it around and just put it back in place. So it's a nice little connector there. But what I'm going to do is bring this wire through and just kind of route it where it won't be as noticeable, and then bring it in, because it does need to go, wow, all the way down. So we need to come down here, and then that's not going to work. So we're just going to have to, I may have to extend this later to keep the wiring all pretty. But for now, I just want to get it in place. And I'll make it pretty later. Because what I'll have to do is somewhere around here, I'll have to extend the wire. So I can either route it this way or do like what I did with the rest. Bring it down and route it through the bundle here. Come down and across at this point and make it look nice. Or I guess I can bring it down this way, down this side, and then bring it around with these, because it will plug in down on this side of the board. And that way, so we've got these little dent clips here. Let me set this up since the wiring is done at this point, which will make life a little bit easier for me to show you some of this. At least I was hoping it would. Like this. Okay, so my UTC, this is my 24 volt breakout Wagos, and then you see this little clip right here, and there's another one right here. These clips, all they are little long thin clips that have places for zip ties on the end. So this has allowed me to take my bundle of wires and zip tie it together to give it a straight shot. Now on this type of board, you could use the wire troughs. The problem is you have a lower deck panel, and with this drop mount, if you ever go to take the lower deck panel off to get into things, that trough's attached. So you're going to have to basically pull everything out of the trough when you do that. At the same time, this will have a clear deck plate on the top of it. And with the way everything's mounted, if you're getting the bottom plate off, you're going in to do major rewiring anyhow. So it might just be, I don't know, maybe it will be beneficial to put a single trough down here, which I do have, and I can hide wires a little bit more. And my thought for my, this is my Wi-Fi antenna right here, is I'm thinking right behind this 2020 aluminum extrusion, I'm thinking I'm just going to tape it there with a little bit of electrical tape just on each side, and just tape it right to the back of the aluminum extrusion. Because that way, it's your Wi-Fi antenna, you'll want to have that near something, and by attaching that antenna to your frame, you should be able to actually use the frame to extend the antenna. Yes, the Manta series boards are nice. So when I was doing the software, the couple of things that I had some issues with was one, I could get CAN boot on the tool board, but I couldn't get Clipper to go on it. It kept failing the build, or the flash. And I finally realized that even though the UTC worked out of the box, it had some bad firmware. I will be at MRF, Dan, and this printer is going to MRF. So once I installed and flashed the UTC with the latest version of firmware, the toolhead board took Clipper in the blink of an eye. So that was something I was fighting. And I even had another UTC that I had tried to low-level firmware format because I'm getting a CPU lock on it. and I couldn't get the firmware to go on it. So I figured, okay, well, nothing hurt to go ahead and try it while I had everything taken apart and reconfigured. And I tried to run, update the firmware on that, and it took. So I believe I have a spare firmware now. And I want you guys to see this. So this is the PET. They did say this is a PET plate with that carbon fiber look on it. It's not a carbon fiber sheet, it's a spring steel sheet. And then the other side's textured. So, hey, Pezliz, how are you doing today? The other nice thing on this build plate, and I'll have to bring you guys up a little bit again, is it's got spots back here to be able to put some screws. And I'll throw those in now before I forget again. And basically what this does is it helps you locate your plate a lot easier. Yep, a lot of us are going to be able to see Dan. Actually, Dan, I met you last year when you were giving away one of your Ender 5s. Or I should say raffling it off to the person who basically could have bought it outright. But uh-oh, Westry 1 went lurk mode. You didn't actually drop a spool. That's just, lurk mode will just make something up. Yeah, actually, you say nightmare. I think it was pretty fun. It was fun. Okay, so a couple of more things that we need to do wiring-wise. I'm going to switch over and grab my higher gauge wire. But with these four M3x8 screws, it allows you to just run your plate straight back and align it. Because you basically have a corner on each side now. So what I want to do is on this side where all of my mains wiring is here, the line in neutral, ground's okay, but the line in neutral is kind of tight. I'm going to go ahead and just fabricate new ones and replace those. What I did was I tried to just use the leftover wire from when I put the plug in, and I think it's just a little bit too tight. I could try and move things over. Well, I guess I can try and just do that. See if I can't just move it over a little bit. Oops. Try and undo the clips. Yep, no, we'll just redo those cables. It's not that big of a deal. And I can't move the rail this way because of the way this bracket sits. So I'll just have to remake these two. So this particular build here uses a EBB 36, which is a board that I've used on the other Ender build, the ZeroG Ender build. And it works great. In my case, the only issue I had, was just trying to get the firmware loaded on it. The nice thing is because it's the same exact, and I do mean same exact setup as the one downstairs, I was able to, I was able to just move that config over, and it made the configuration that much easier. Now there is a slight difference. So the one downstairs is a Manta version 1 board. This is a 1.1 board. So there are some differences that you need to be cognizant of and address. There are a couple of different port differences. So what I did was I took the version 1.1 file and installed that, and then just took basically everything but the pins. I cut and pasted over. So that just made that a little bit easier on the software side. And then when I started off, I had to change the direction on a motor or two, which was no big deal. So all I'm going to do is just kind of take this wire and add a little bit more to it. So I have some extra room to play with. Okay. And since I'm not going to have a red, and what I did over here was I used white for hot because, you know, white hot and blue is cold. So I will, so I guess let me rephrase that. I don't have any more red in the 18 gauge, and I want to use 18 gauge for this. I don't want to go down to 20 gauge. Okay. Strip off a little bit on the end. Okay, so let me see. Yeah, the Solval SV06 has been a really good printer, and it's a really good starting printer. The 6 Plus is good if you want a larger size printer, but I wouldn't suggest that as your first printer. I would suggest the smaller one. Just because I'll say 98% of what you would use is going to print on the regular version, and it doesn't take as long for things to heat up and all that good stuff. For non-CAN bus builds, what toolhead board do you recommend? Depends on the printer. I'm running the what is it? The V0 umbilical board on the V0. So it goes through to a 14 pin on the stealth burners. Both of my stealth well, no, let me rephrase that. Yeah, both of my stealth burners are using linear wiring harnesses with the standard, was it Hurt K toolhead boards? And then the 2.4 behind me is using a SB2209 CAN bus board. And then the Trident will also be using an SB2209 CAN bus board. So what I found is I believe these can sit down in there. these screws sometimes. Sorry as I mutter to myself. See if I can't get some help. That would be a big negative. So what I'm dealing with here is the screw that I keep dropping. On the previous wires, I swapped the fork connectors for ring connectors, which is great because it'll hold the screw in place. And I did that because I couldn't slide the fork connectors in, but apparently the come on, you little jerk. The fork connectors can slide in top to bottom, right? You can set them down in there. You just can't slide them in from the front to the back. So I'm trying to get the screw to play nicely with me now so that I can actually screw it down. There we go. It goes over there. We'll bring this over here. And yes, Timor, this is the ZeroG build. Hey, Robin. Thank you for coming in today. So I extended these to make them a little bit longer. And now I just need to go ahead and take them to the right spot. So white is hot. I need to do about 11 millimeters. So let me get my little handy dandy gauge here. Flip that off. Give it a little twist. Verify that length again. And white is hot, which means it's red. White is hot, red is dead. So there we go. The blue is nice and cool. And that's our neutral mood. And for those of you that were on Nero's stream last night, sorry. Best I can do is provide an affiliate link to Polymaker. And the reason I made a comment about Nero's stream is he was doing a Nerf Blaster build on stream yesterday, and Nick was kind enough to drop a 49% off code for him. So I may have taken advantage of said offer. Unless my wife is listening, and then I in no way, shape, or form did. Okay, so we remade those. The other thing that we need to do is we need to ground our SSR because it's not currently ground. And we'll go ahead and use 18 gauge again, and we're just going to use yellow because I guess we can use green. We'll use green. Kind of a lighter green anyhow. And this doesn't need to be huge because it's right here. Same thing as before. A fork terminal on one end, and then a 11 millimeter stripped edge on the other to go on the Wago. So one big thing to look at, and I hate to have to say this these days, is it's not about the cheap printer and the quality anymore to me. It's about what is the support like. Because the Focus had, it had an attractive price. You could get your hands on it, and it was, the first few came out and were printing really nicely, but then all of a sudden the customer service trailed off. And we've had the same thing on a lot of other printers where it's almost like you are banking on community support, right? Or they come out like gangbusters and they're providing support and everybody's happy, and then all of a sudden there's a change, and that change is probably something back at the the back end, and there's no real support anymore. It's so you're beholden to the community. And no, I'm not saying go get Prusa because I've built 3 of my own Prusas and I don't go back to them for real support on those. I do have a Mark IV, and yes, if anything goes wrong with that, I'm going to leverage some Prusa support. Better believe it. This down in here, and yeah, I heard that Dora left, which is a bit depressing. But at the same time, I wonder how much of that. Sorry, gang, I gotta turn this around so I can see because I don't feel like it's getting all the way in there. Um, oh no, yeah, it was all the way in there. It just didn't feel like it. But yeah, that's the thing is when you get somebody like Dora that leaves, um, she was just felt like the face of the company to so many people. Same thing went on with Creality. There was a member from Creality that left, and it felt like everything just kind of fell off when that happened. I'm going to route this down and up. That way I can kind of tuck some things under there. So once again, I'll have to extend this wire, which is the bed wire, or excuse me, the bed thermistor wire. I'll need to extend so I can route it around. One of the other nice things I installed here from Steve of Steve Builds that might be good for a couple of different printers. Let me put this safety cap back on. Is the 6020 fan mount. It is a simple mount, simple little den mount that holds and clips onto the fan at the bottom, so you can mount this on the den right next to your electronics, and you can do it on one side or the other, or you can do it on one side with a flow through and one on the other side going out. It allows you to get some good air movement over your electronics. So that's a pretty nice little den clip feature. And I know I'm putting it right in front of that drop bracket, but that drop bracket has cutouts in it, so we'll be able to get some good air, and we've got good airflow through these front grates. Yeah, so which direction? Let me turn this one more time here. And we will apply some power to it and see if we can't get it moving again. So the way this is the same exact dimensions. These original extensions are the same exact dimensions as the Ender 5. So the original bottom plate that was designed for the Ender 5 Plus works for this. So, but it only comes back to this edge right here. So you've got a little gap here, and Turtle, who's on, just provided some new prints that basically go on each side that will allow you to run your wires through the back here like I did, and still provide a covering gap here so you can keep the heat from your chamber out from your electronics. I can. Let me go ahead and open Discord, and then it's going to make all kinds of noise to everybody. So that's why I normally keep it turned off, because apparently I hear that it comes through the screen. So let me go ahead. Do that. Do a browser window. Okay, there we go. So give me a second here. Let me grab the. Oh, I see what it's doing now. Okay. Let me do that and then change the view. That. There we go. That's what I need to do. Some night when you have time, I could help you with your OBS. Yeah, that'd be great, Turtle Crawler. My scenes, I still need to fix my scenes and add some new scenes and stuff. Yeah, it's not quite full screen. Oh, no, yeah. So, but this is that side plate. So it'll mount with some M3 screws and T-nuts here, here, and then this one in the front, this one on the side, and this one right here. This is an integrated clamp, and I'll show you in the next photo what that integrated clamp does. And then this is a hole to allow you to run your cable down through here for your wires. And this here will be what it looks like. I realize it's still not showing full screen. Here we go. Yeah, I think what it is, Turtle, is it's the different resolutions I have set between things. Right click and say full screen projector view. Okay, a little bit better. So yeah, this is the, well, that's going to be a pain in the ass. Sorry about that. Yeah, we'll do that off stream. So what we're seeing here is the pieces actually in place, and then this is your clear acrylic cutout using the same exact DXF file as normal. So you have a left side and a right side of this piece, and then the next photo is a close-up shot. Now let me try and stop being. Yeah, this is a little bit more of a close-up shot, and you can see how it mounts in the holes. This area right here would be for a magnet, and you would have a clip that would just magnetize on to hold the deck plate in place. Right, and here's where you've got, I believe this is his light, his RGB lights that are coming down through here. And then on this, I really need to silence my notifications on Discord on this computer. But like I said, I normally don't have Discord up, period, on this computer, partly for that reason, and partly just to keep keep everything kind of using less resources on the computer. Oh, over in the enclosure channel. Okay, so let me switch back to that. Let me open Discord back up. And you're right, I forgot about that. There we go. So this is what it can look like. So you've got, he's etched the ZeroG logo on, which would be nice. If you have that file, that would be great. Turtle. And then here's your back panels. And then these are the clips right here that just, so these top clips just two magnets, and they magnetize on, and it'll hold the plate down. You do want to make sure that you put the foam on these, or these things will rattle to the dickens. So yeah, I can possibly do that. You like to put the foam on the frame, not the panels. Okay, so there's some good tips for everybody. And with that, we're going to come back over here, and I'm actually going to log into my machine via mainsail and see what she's telling me. ADC out of range. Why is ADC out of range? Did I plug the... Okay, it's giving me an ADC out of range. And here, let me actually see if I can get this to come up on the browser window. Yeah. You're seeing this ADC out of range. It's got to be a resolution for this window. What's my resolution set to on this? I thought it gave you an option to define the resolution for the window. Yeah, so the issue here, and I don't know, I'd have to make my window smaller again, see if we can get more on the screen. So when I do this firmware restart, you'll see what it does when it first comes up. These are the readings for the bed. So the heater bed says it's like way wicked high, and it's not even on. So I'm thinking that it's an issue with the thermistor type. I'll have to double check real fast and see what it's set at. So I'll look at the firmware real fast. And then I'm also going to double, triple, quadruple check to make sure I plugged it into the right port. I believe I did. I'll pull up the Big Tree Tech site over here. So we are plugged into the right port, so that's good. So then we just need to look at our configuration. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry for the speed scroll. So our sensor type is currently set to an epox. I want to say this probably needs to be the generic 39, is it 3950? It's generic 3950, is that right? Turtle, do you know off the top of your head? Yes, I can always. Yep, generic 3950. Back over to the dashboard. And the heater bed. Okay, that sounds or looks like the heater's heating up, and it is not. That is weird. Like the bed heater is off. There's nothing. I mean, I'll put it to you this way. I am touching the bed. It is dang sure not 100 and something degrees. So the bed is not on. I'll scroll back down here to the bed area. Heater pin. PE1, sensor pin PA0. PE1 and PA0 for the sensor. So that appears to be set right. Got our max temp, min temp, max power is 0.6. So because it's mains, it shouldn't be going full tilt. That should be good. That should be good. And this is a brand new SSR. Yeah, I know I've limited it in the past because if you go full power, you could potentially warp the bed. But I'm telling it to use heater pin PE1, which in this case, PE1 is HE3. So we've got 4 heaters, 0, 1, 2, and 3. I'm telling it to use 3 right now because it's not being used to anything else. Because I was pretty sure that in order to use bed out, I had to actually put bed power in, which I didn't want to do. And this is similar to the configuration I did on the Octopus that was working. Okay. Yeah, you use Hotend heater output for the SSR, which is what I'm doing. I'm using the third port. I will go ahead and try and switch it over to a different port, which means I'll have to shut everything down to do that, which is no big deal. Let me negative, positive. One's the power in, two is the power out to the bed, right? I believe so. Should be. Let me go ahead and switch this to a different port. I don't see why it would be an issue for using that port, but God knows there could always be weirdness from either a port perspective or a like I don't think they have a requirement that in order to use the third thing, you know, they're not tied to the motors is kind of what I'm getting to. Then the other thing I can do while I'm here is okay. Thanks, Turtle Crawler. Can I do that without impacting the stream, or is it something I need to do outside the stream? Okay, we're still taking the ADC. You know, I wonder where. Okay, so I don't see anything there where it says which what I'm doing is I want to check real fast and see if the listing says which if it says which thermistor type it is using. And that's a negative. So yours is listed as the Epix 100K. Okay. Yeah, that's what I had before. Um, this one. Yeah, and that's what I was using on my other one, and I believe that's the standard for a Kenobo. Heater pin we also changed, so let me make sure and get that fixed. We switched that over to PB5. Yeah. Well, if it throws the error again now, then yep. Okay, we'll yeah. Let me take a quick gander real fast and figure out what I need to do to switch that resolution to make life easier. Look at that. Okay. Yeah, so the heater bed, that's showing current. There's no way there's that much current flowing. So that tells me exactly. Yeah, that's off a slight bit. But notice the yeah, that temperature is way off. So that's where I'm thinking that it's something with the I mean it's home run wires. So those wires are coming all the way back to the bed. Yeah, it's all over the place and it's like it's coming down now. That's why I'm thinking I've got the wrong thermistor type. Yeah, that's the thing I'm thinking is it's the wrong thermistor type. We tried generic and we tried the other one, and the other one it went all kinds of crazy as well. Sorry once again for the quick death scroll. All right, we'll give that one a shot because we've tried the generic and we've tried the other one. And yes, I did verify the port. And I have never seen a bed bounce around that much. That's what I was trying to do, Major Gamer Geek. This is from AliExpress, and I grabbed it, and it's going crazy. And I don't think that there is anything clipped or anything like that. It may be complaining because of the way it's routed. I wish I could say, well, just touching the wires, it changes things, but that's not the case. It's jumping around all on its own. And so, yes, I did have a standard thermistor that I had plugged into this particular port right here before. And it worked just fine. So I'm wondering if I have a bum thermistor and I basically just need to attach a different thermistor. I do not have exactly. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to unplug this, which will probably make it do an ADC error because at least now it's reporting. And I'm going to plug in just a generic 3950. and boom, rock solid. Right. So what I just did was this is just a set of generic thermistors, glass bead thermistors. And this is what I normally do. So this is how I was playing around with the board before I attached the bed. Yeah, so it's almost like what I might need to do is grab that list that Chewy just provided and be like, okay, let's try them one at a time. See which one actually sticks. So we tried the epochs, we tried the 104 GT2. Actually, let me see what we've got. We're going to do some playing and running around because, like I said, it's an AliExpress and they did not say which one was used. Exactly. I wouldn't expect it to be bouncing around that much. I expect it to have a solid, way out of whack number. But I've never expected it to just jump all over the bloody place. But what I'm going to do is we've tried that one. So we've tried the 104F. Here would be on here somewhere. That one. So we've tried that one. We've tried the Semtech 104 GT2. Let's try this one. This will help if I pull this and put the other one back in. Okay, that's way negative, so it's not that one. That could be the other thing too, would be a bad crimp. Um, we tried the generic 3950. Yeah, Crimping ain't easy, that's true, but I'm not believing that this is this jacked up. Keeps raising. One last try, and if that doesn't work, then we'll just cut and recrimp. And if that doesn't work, then I do surgery and put a different thermistor on it. So I'm pretty sure it ain't going to be a splice engineering one. Yep. Full cut, reprint. Plug in my generic one, so hopefully it doesn't time out and fail while we do this. Got my crimp pins. Oh yeah, Major Gamer Geek. That was actually the shirt I was wearing yesterday. Was crimping ain't easy because well, it was a crimp stream, so. Sorry if I'm not talking right now. I'm just trying to crimp and pay attention to what I'm doing. Oh, you hit the bottom tape, the new one. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Recrimping doesn't work on this end, then it's got to be on the other end, at which point it becomes um, okay, we need to run a different thermistor, and we'll just peel one of these off, run it up, and we'll do a huh. So let's turn that back on, and that was painful. That was way, way more painful than it needed to be, because now we're rock solid. So it was a bad crimp in the connector. These I'll pop these out here in a little bit and take a look at them and try and see which crimp it was. But that was kind of annoying, though good troubleshooting. So our temperature is rock solid. We are set up. Yeah, that's it did. I do want to come back into the printer config though and change this back to something remotely useful, because I'm pretty sure it's not a TDK. Yeah. Which one was it? I want to say it's the here we go. Thanks. The Epix 100K, blah, 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 blah. And we'll just fill that comment as superfluous at this point. Okay. Save and restart. If everything works out, it comes back up and we should have a solid temp. Hot diggity dog, we are cooking with fire. Now, as Mr. Turtle so eloquently said, we need to put our safety protocols back in place. So we're going to come back down to the heater section, and our min temp is 0. And that's just in case you're in like a cold room or you put it out in an exterior place. And we really want to set this to like a max of 120 because our fuse that we put in is a 125. So if you start cooking hot, you know, you want it to software shut down hopefully before you cook over your fuse and blow the fuse. Though if your fuse does blow, that's what it's designed to do, right? And and guys and gals, that is why it's always good to buy a set. I think this is like a set of 5, and these are just standard glass bead thermistors, right? And you can see I didn't even bother to take them out. I've literally just grabbed 2 of these, plugged them into the bed and the Hotend so I can play with the board, because without these in there, Clipper will shut down. Exactly, Turtle. And the heat bed for this should be 110. You know, we shouldn't be going over 110. So it's good to know that the crimp was bad. I'll kind of make that pretty again. I really want to extend that wire around and make it prettier, but now I'm kind of gun shy after all that fun with a bad crimp. I just tossed that in there, and I wanted to keep it so I could look at it early or later. So let me dig that back out. There we go. I really want to pop these out and look at these crimps later. Okay, so we're good. Yeah, it's always nice to have spare parts, especially like I said, if one of these ever goes bad, you can just pop on another one, like you said, just stick it there, RTV it on, and go. Right? So software-wise, let's kick back over here and look at our software. We now have good temperatures. They're reading close to one another, which is good, right? Like I said, I've tested this one. So if I take this and go up to like 70, because I initiated something higher than 50C, the hot end cooling fan kicked on automatically. What I'm going to do is let it get up, and it's already at like 75C. So now I'm going to tell it to go back to 0. And as it cools down, after this temp drops below 50, you know, it'll probably get down to like 47, 48. Then it will shut that fan off because it's set at 50. Oh, while we're waiting, so I happened to did a thing earlier. So something else that we will be working on is doing some peels and applies. So I've got 3 side panels and a top panel cut. My top panel is cut, well, from this sheet I cut a second the same size as this, which will give me the ability to cut the bottom, because I don't think I can cut the full bottom at one go on my Shapeoko. So I might have to do like one side cut, flip it 180 degrees, and then cut the other half. So making sure that the piece of acrylic is 100% square will help make sure that I can do that flipped cut. Okay, so fans shut back off. which means we should be down, and we're at 48.3 now, so it shut off a little bit after 50. The next thing we're going to do is kick on our bed heater and see if the bed heater actually starts heating up. I'm not going to go the full Monty, but I'm going to tell it just to go like 65. And we're seeing it rise, and I can tell you I'm feeling heat already. Like it's heating up already. So we're good to go there. What I'm going to do is just tell it go back to 0. I haven't PID tuned. I have PIDs in here from the printer downstairs. These are completely different setups, so I'm going to go ahead and re-PID tune these. And Curly, you did say it was good to just go to full power on that bed, so we'll go back here and just go full Monty. One point zero, save and restart. And yep, I do have it over here. We'll come back over to our initial startup. Wow. So I've kind of gone through some of this already, in the fact that I've done the generic tests. One of the things I didn't do yet is do a full homing sequence. I have homed X, I have homed Y, and that stuff worked. In fact, we'll go ahead and do that now just so everybody can see that we can home X and Y. And what I'll have to do is see if I'm getting full travel and stuff like that. So I'll have to locate the 0. Well, that's pretty close to full. Let's just give it a shot. All right, so that looks like it'll work. So we'll do the full home all. Nowhere near the center of the bed though, so we'll have to fix that. Now I'm going to keep my finger right over that emergency stop though, just in case. Yay! So we did that. So that tells me I'm wondering if I didn't change the parameters on my Z home, or I'm sorry, not my Z home, but my Z safe home. Okay, so let me pop this back up here. So what we're seeing is it should be going to 127.5 to 127.5. So for a 255 bed, that should be putting it at a 255 bed. That's nowhere near it. So what could be the issue? Well, for one, we've got LDO motor kits up here. So just for giggles, let me come back up here to my X and Y and take a gander at what I've got set up. Okay. So microsteps, rotation distance. That does not seem right. Way does not seem right. Rotation distance, in-stop pin, position in-stop 255, position max 255. Why is that not looking right? Ah, that's what I don't have in here, and that's the critical piece. Because it defaults to a 1.8 motor if you don't enter this. So full steps per rotation, 400. Because this is an LDO motor kit that I used here, excuse me, an LDO 2.4 motor kit, the A and B motors are 0.9 stepper motors. So they're 400 rotations versus the standard 200 for a 1.8 motor. So by default, Clipper's going to assume a 1.8 because they're more ubiquitous. So if you don't put that parameter in, it will assume 1.8 motors, and therefore it only did 200 steps versus 400 steps per rotation. So now if we do a home all, now we're more in the middle of the bed. Okay, I missed something, Chewy. Did you make it to the bottom? Dog and the dog and sister are going out. So we went through the full list, Chewy, and it was still erratic. So what we did was we literally, I cut off the ends and re-crimped, and it's something wrong with the crimps. Because as soon as I plugged it back in, it was solid. So I want to pull these pins out at some point and just check these because it's in the crimps. And we just did a home and we realized that we were homing like way over here when we're supposed to be in the middle. Sorry, we were way over here when we were supposed to be in the middle of the bed. And that clicked in my mind that we didn't have the rotation distance set right because the A and B motors in a Voron 2.4 motor kit, which is what I used here, are 0.9 versus 1.8 steppers. So you have to put that parameter in, otherwise they don't work right. So we're going to come back over here and go to our Voron setup. So in essence, this is almost like a trident. Please don't get mad at me for saying that, Turtle. So we do kind of want to make sure that our 0 point's good. So now that we've done a home, we should be able to move it on our, just move it on its own. So we'll come over here. We should be at 127. So if I do a Y minus 100, it'll come towards the front. And I just zeroed out on the front. And I am losing about 12 to 13 millimeters of travel because, well, let's just say I cut my belts and I probably could have cut them a little bit longer. I do have a little bit of play there, but it's not that much. So I'll loosen my belts up, which will allow me to pull these back a little. Hold on. Yeah, that makes sense. So what I'm going to do is shut that off so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay. So actually, let me go here. So what you're seeing is I've hit the front idlers, but I still have about 12 millimeters of travel on the rail. So what I need to do is loosen my belts up because remember I cut my belts. Change scene again. I cut my belts so that there's a good chunk here. So I'm going to be able to loosen my belts up to just show a couple of teeth on each side, which will let me pull my idlers back some and get a little bit more travel out of this so I won't lose so much on the bed. The only other thing I can do is get more belt material and completely recut my belts. Because once again, I'm going to lose travel on my bed most likely because I'm running 300 millimeter rails instead of the full 330. And I may run into the same issue over here on the side on the x-axis. So I'm bottomed out on the front and I'm down. You see about doing a quick measure. Yeah, I'm losing about 12 millimeters on the bed travel towards the front. So let me start moving X over. So I'm up against the bump stop that I put in place here on this side, and I would say I'm right at the edge of the bed. So let me see, I'm 10 high, supposedly. So let me start bringing the bed up some. Yeah, so my bed offset's off a little bit. We'll have to fix that. But you can see here where my nozzle is, I'm right at the edge of the bed. So my X is good, but Y, I'm losing travel towards the front. And so really what I need to do is do another home all and then slowly work my way to the front to figure out how much of my bed travel I'm losing with the way I'm configured at the moment. Like I said, I'll be able to loosen the belt up and then retension things by moving my idlers back more to gain more travel on my rail. But yeah, right now I'm losing a good deal of travel in the front. So we're going to go forward 10. And then I'm going to start going in increments of 1. Yeah. And so at 12 and a half, I'm bottoming out into the front idlers. So yeah, I'm going to have to loosen the belts up the gap that I have here, which will only get me half of the movement. So I'll be able to gain a few millimeters of forward travel out of that. And then I'd have to really recut belts. I'll recover what I can and then just be like, okay, I've lost a few millimeters. It ain't no big deal. And I'll order some more belt material. Maybe what I'll do is I'll order belt material from Chris at KB3D and just pick it up at Murph, and I can redo belts at Murph. So X is good, but Y, I'm losing 12 and a half millimeters now. So in essence, what I would need to do is go into my printer config, and on my Y, reduce the position of my end stop and my position max by 12 and a half. Or I just round up and do 13. So that's easier math in public. So that'll drop me to do 243. And what I will do is make a note in here. Um, what is today? So I like to put my initials and the date there, because what that allows me to do is it gives me a key to search on, so I can basically I can search on my initials, and that allows me to easily find things that I've changed where I've deviated from the norm. Okay, so we did that. We set up our what should be our new 0 position. We don't have a Z in stop pin to locate. The Z in stop is actually the probe. So just for giggles, everything open air, everything cold. I'm going to do a home all. Which will actually move me off center to a little bit back, because I've reduced my Y travel. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a probe accuracy, right? So I'm going to come in here and just put in a command of probe accuracy. And this is going to probe 10 times. and we're going to see what our accuracy is across those probes. And once again, I was probing against the textured side of the bed, and our standard deviation is 0.002005. So not bad. So probe accuracy is pretty decent there. Next thing, we would PID tune the bed and the hot end. So let's go ahead and capture our PID tune requirements. So like I said, I did configure this with the PID tunes from the other printer, but this will give us an opportunity to PID tune this. And I would probably redo the PID tune after I put the enclosure on, because you would think that the bed and stuff would heat up a little bit faster in an enclosure where it's not losing a lot of heat out to the ambient environment. And I can't help myself, so we're gonna, while this is running through its PID tune, because like I said, I can't help myself, clean up a couple of things. Or just a bit. Oh yeah, like I said, that's a good PID tune right there. Okay, and Turtle, if you're still with us, what size screws did you use for your panel clips? Were they 10s, 12s? There's like a part of me that so wants to put a couple of panel clips on, even if I'm and get a panel on, because why not? And you said we wanted to use 3 mil foam tape all the way around, if I remember right as well. Yeah, so on the probe, yeah, that's pretty good for a BL touch to have a 002. My tap, I'm getting down to like 006. 12 or 14s for the screws. Okay, great. And hey, Scott, thank you for stepping in. So I cut the sides, the top, and I cut basically two top panels because they're squares, and that'll let me machine the bottom panel or the bottom deck panel, because I'll have to do it in a 2-machine operation, basically do like one half and then flip it and do the other half. Unfortunately, my CNC is a 16 by 32 cutting area, and the cut on, or the, I think these, oh wait, wow, hold on a second. Hold on a second. It's not 16 here. This is, oh ho ho, that's like 15 and a 16th. I should be able to get that cut. I should be able to cut this bottom deck panel. It's the bottom panel that I'd have to do in 2, but since that's basically literally a square, I can cut that, flip it, and then cut the other half. Just provide I have a true square stock so that I don't, so I can get everything lined up nicely. Or I'll have to do registration holes and stuff like that. Oh, all you can see is my screen. That's because I was doing a PID tune. I was PID tuning the bed, and now I'm going to PID tune the Hotend. But you're right. We'll flip back over to this view for you. Well, darn it. Come on now. Work with me. We'll come back to this view so you can see the printer. So from a electronic standpoint, well, we've got the CAN bus board. The issue that I was having with CAN bus the other day wound up being the firmware on the UTC. And I knew the board was good because I could put CAN boot on it. I just couldn't get Clipper to go to it. So I had to update the firmware on the UTC, and then I was able to get Clipper up here, and everything's been good. I had to switch the plugs on the 2 fans because I had them plugged in backwards. The rest of the electronics is down here. The nice thing with these edges is I've been able to route all the bundled wires down and around the edge using the standard 2020 tie-down clips. So I'll post pictures on Twitter about that. Those are all nice and good. This thing is a godsend. I'm going to buy another one of these and put in the Ender 5 Plus downstairs, because that Meanwhile 500 power supply is stupid crazy loud. I'm limited a bit on travel. I'm not sure if you were hearing that discussion, Scott, because you just got in. I'm bottoming out against the idlers. And I still have about 10 millimeters of travel on the actual rail. And I'm losing about 12.5 millimeters of print area on the bed. So I went ahead and just shortened the Y distance in the config for right now. I can gain some of that back, but I'm going to have to cut new belts. So what I'll do is I'll order belts from Chris at KB3D and just have them bring it to Murph for me. And I'll pick them up at Murph, and I'll be able to gain that extra bit back by just retensioning the belts. We had tried to plug the bed in originally to the HE3, and we were getting really, really weird readings. And we thought at first that it was trying to go hot, and it wasn't. So we removed that, and we were still getting weird readings. So we plugged in some generic thermistors. Yeah, a BL Touch. And our readings were at least solid. So we knew there was something wrong. So what we wound up doing is we just trimmed off the ends of the thermistor wires that came with the build or with the silicone bed sheet, and recrimped them, and we're getting solid temps now. So yeah, we're doing good. Yeah, and I was running full screen on the mainsail, but yeah, everything's been up and running. Everything's moving. I forgot that I'm using an LDO Motors 2.4 motor kit, so I had to change the rotate or the steps per rotation. I didn't have that field in there, so I just glanced right over it, didn't even pay attention, and it defaults to a 1.8 degree motor. So I had to switch that to 400 for these because these are 0.9 stepper motors. So yeah, and other than that, I did cut panels today, so I was hoping to start putting some panels on it now that everything's wired up. And actually, I also want to try and push some plastic. Lengthen the belts and slide your rail forwards. Yeah, so if I home Y, so I am like a millimeter off the rear edge of the rails right now, and I'm lined up dead set at the back of the bed. So the most I can do is lengthen my belts, leave my rails at the same point, but I can gain like 10 millimeters. I've got about 10 millimeters worth of travel left on these rails that I just can't use right now without extending the belts out. And unfortunately, after cutting the belt lengths, you can't kind of extend them out very easily without buying new belts. So yeah. Okay, so we did the PID tune of the bed. I'm going to do a PID tune of the Hotend. Um, and the bed did heat up to 100 degrees for the PID tune, so we're doing good there. Um, 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 um. But yeah, so you put your foam on your frame versus your panels, huh? Yeah. Time to order a belt stretcher. Yeah, no belt stretchers. The good thing is I bought plenty of 3 millimeter foam, so I got plenty. And this acrylic that I got off of Amazon, my table saw just loved it. Didn't, from what I can tell, it was a beautiful clean cut. Of course, it's got a fairly new blade on it, so it ought to give me a good clean cut. Yeah, and I have some belt that I could probably use. The problem is it's knockoff GT2 from AliExpress, and this is the high temp rated belts. So good God, sorry about that. Hope it's clipping that out. Ugh. with some good plastic coating. So my plan is to do kind of boronish, and I'm going to put the foam on the actual panels versus the frame. Just because that way, if I ever decide to reuse the frame for something, you know, it's available. Hey, Creatix Brit, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. We have made a little bit of progress on our build here. We're actually, mechanic-wise, we're good as best as we can. I'm losing a little bit of travel in the Y direction. Because we'll say it the way it is. Luke didn't think to look at the so these trucks right here for the XY joints, they stick out over the carriages towards the front by about 10 millimeters. And, you know, Luke didn't put 2 and 2 together and account for that. So I'm hitting the front of my idlers and I'm losing 10 millimeters of travel on the front of the bed. So, yeah, that's a Dragon fail. But we have everything connected. We just did a PID tune, which should be done on the Hotend now, which it is. So we're going to save those into the config. And apparently there was some leftover plastic in there from previously. Yeah. So how do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Because what I want to do is put some plastic into it. Because that's what everybody's really here for, right? Is to get some plastic pushing. So we're going to move that. We're going to grab one of Oofta. I'm going to grab these and hope that they don't jump ship on me. We're going to grab this. The build's good, Shenanigans. We're going to be running like an extremely long bun tube here. I just want to make sure it covers and goes over the top bar for now. And which would be interesting because I was just prepping the top panel to get put on. So maybe we don't want to go over the top, but we'll come in this way. So eventually, I'm going to have to drill a hole in the back panel, correct, Turtle? Okay, and all I did was insert my my filament, and you'll see that it's already heating up. That is the macro for the orbiter filament sensor. When you put filament in there, it will automatically sense that and start heating it up to go ahead and load that filament. Yeah, because you've got your, I hadn't shown this yet, but you've got a spool holder here. Let me go ahead and hide that. So you've got a spool holder here that's going to mount on the side and be able to still sit proud of the panels. And it'll have a fitting for a PTFE tube in it. So your spool will come up, go through the PTFE fitting, and it would make sense to loop it around the back, probably right in the middle high, and then just come in. So, or at least that's my current thinking and plan for the moment. And yeah, it made a duty. It made a duty. Oh, wow. And I just thought I don't have anything sliced up for this yet. It's like, hey, let's do a print, but I don't have anything sliced. All right, just dropping that back down. What do we want to, ooh, I know what we can try and do. Wow. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I need to set up a new printer profile for this. And what we say, we're 255 by 255 by 243, I believe is what we said. What's our max Z on this? Are we at about like 280-ish or what, Turtle? Pretty darn close. We'll call it 270. Okay, Turtle, have fun. Thanks for being here, my friend. Thank you so much. Darn it. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to find the um, print stuff that I need. How the hell? We're just going to use the that one. I guess before I sit here and just try and go printing. There's a couple more things I still need to do. I just wanted to get something. I wanted to push plastic. We still need to get our Z offset done. And validate our Z tilt adjust. We do have that configured. So let's go ahead and do a home. And then we'll try out our Z tilt adjust. And what the Z tilt adjust should do is go to each of the three corners and try and level the bed. Need to make that a little bit faster. So okay, it did the Z tilt and right now let me show this. So it did the Z tilt, and according to the Z tilt, the bed is now met the tolerance, which was set at 0.015, but the actual range between those 3 points is currently 0.004375. So we should be pretty level, right? Now what I want to do is we will home again. And then I need to do the the Z height. At least I'm pretty sure that's the next thing it's going to tell me to do. Yeah, the Z offset adjustment. And we do that with a probe calibrate. So basically it's going to probe and then it's going to move over to that same spot. And we're going to start trying to manually adjust it down. So we did PID tuning already, Britt. Oh, okay. We're going to abort that and we're going to come in here and change some parameters. Because I was watching it not adjust. So for stepper Z, oh, I got my position min set to -10. It should have been adjusting. Just didn't look like it was dropping down any. So let's go ahead and give that another try. That's going to move over even farther. That was. Yeah, we did PID tune the bed and we PID tuned the Hotend. Yeah, you really missed some of the fun when I had to change the parameters for the bed to -100 to +500 so we could at least get Clipper to stop shutting down on us for out of range errors. He always missed the good stuff. Eh. Okay. I guess I can be doing it like this. All I'm doing is trying to get it close. So then I can start doing, that was too much. Okay, so now we're going to start just dropping it down a little bit at a time. And start getting closer. Probably do it like this. Okay, there we're just starting to hit the paper, so that's where we're going to call it, and we'll accept that. And we'll have to do a save config to save that new parameter in our configuration. And I just did that quote unquote cold. I tend to do cold just to get it roughly there, right? And then if I'm going in and starting to do a lot of ABS prints, which I will be here shortly, I will probably redo it at full with a hot end, with a hotbed and a hot tool head in the enclosure, letting it soak for a little while, and that'll give me a little bit more accurate once all the pieces of metal have done its thing. So we did that. Um, and quite honestly, I'm just going to send it. I mean, right now we did that. We'll do the fine tuning once we start printing. And we'll check our our fine tune it. We probably need to calibrate our E-steps. So we haven't done that yet. We will need to do that. So let me go ahead and pull this out. So the easiest way for me to do that is grab my Sharpie, change our view, or at least get rid of that. So what I always tend to do is my measuring device, which starts at 0 right at the end, I'll hold that up and I mark off 120. I just put a mark at 120. Now what I'm going to do is heat up the hot end. And this is PLA, so I'll go up to 215. Hey, Tactile 3D, how are you doing today? I should probably, of course, it's going to make me home all first. So I should probably not have that sitting right next to the bed. And we're up to temp. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell it to extrude. Let you see what I'm doing. So we're up to temperature of 215. We're holding steady. Now what I'm going to do is come down here to the extruder and tell it to extrude 50. And 5 should be good. And I'm going to tell it to extrude. It's going to go through and extrude 50 mils. And then I'm going to tell it to do another 50. And the end result now is I should be able to come up here and measure again. And I should be at 20, which if I could bring you closer, we're at 20. So my E-steps are good, which I suspected because I basically just lifted and shifted this config from my Ender 5 Plus downstairs, which is using the same exact extruder. But there could be slight differences in mechanical, so it's good to check every once in a while. And now we're going to upload a print. And as you can see, I have nothing in here at the moment. But let's go ahead and I'm just going to say upload and print. Oh crap, that's not going to work from this printer because it's not sliced on that printer. So we'll just leave you with that look. So I should say I sliced it on my Mac, which is not the streaming computer. But let's see if we can get a print going. In fact, I'll kick this over so you guys might be able to see me a little bit through the printer. And I'm going to raise this up a bit. And then I'll adjust the angle so you'll be able to see what starts as it starts printing. And so the way I have my macros set up is it heats the bed up to the desired temp. In this case, it's 60 degrees C. And it would preheat the extruder to 170. And then it'll go around and do its shenanigans based on the macro, which in this case would be home, a Z-tilt adjust, another home, and then it should do a bed mesh using camp, which would just mesh the area of the bed that it needs to, not the whole thing. And meanwhile, while that's starting, I will continue to put my foam sealant on some panels. What's everybody else working on this weekend? You know, I've been stressing about getting this printer done and getting it moving and printing. And I've also been stressing about getting either a death racer or a drag racer going for Murph. So I've got most of the parts for the dragster printed out at the moment. Evil Diesel has parts for I think I'll just call it a Gen 1 Death Racer printed out. And he's got at least the lower part assembled. So he's making progress there. So we'll have those two. Oh, and in other Murph news, I was on Nero's stream yesterday, and he made a comment about, I guess I think it's the Quality N is closed because of some code violations. So, if you had a reservation at the Quality Inn, you may want to take some action to make sure that you still have a valid place to stay if you're going to Murph. And that failed, so let me see what it failed at. It does that for some reason. I'm having that same issue on the camp setup that I have on my Boron 2.4, where it goes into doing the Z-tilt adjust, and then it complains about the extrusion being, or the not being at the mid temp setting to extrude. So I gotta go figure that out and tweak my macros a bit, apparently. Okay, did I lose everybody? Hey, Dutch dude, how's it going? I decided to do another impromptu stream. As you can see, we've got movement. I was just kind of stressing out, trying to get things done. I didn't want to do a whole bunch of stuff off stream, so I tried to go on stream and just stream a short bit about the progress that we've made so far. And move out of range. Why? Okay, so apparently I think I've got a parameter set wrong in something still. Give me 1 second to double check. Okay, so now I'm fighting another thing. What do we got? It's it might actually be in one of my macros where I've set a move way too high. Sorry about this, folks. Let's try that again. I think there was a residual in one of my macros for the larger size. So yeah, Dutch, we made some progress on the build. Everything is at least up and running functional. We had to troubleshoot the the heated bed thermistor. Once we got it installed, we were noticing major temperature fluctuations, like literally all over the board, climbing, dropping. It was really weird. We thought, okay, it was a thermistor type, so we went through all the thermistor types, and it continued to go all over the place. So we switched over and we just chopped off a little bit of the thermistor plug and re-terminated it, and it was rock solid. So I'll pull those pins here in a minute and try and figure out what was wrong with the crimps. And as you can see, I got some panels cut today. Yeah, yeah, it was a bag crimp in the Fysetc bed thermistor. There we go. Whoop, there we go. Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure it happens occasionally, and it's not bad. I mean, yeah, it happened. Geez, that sucks. But with everybody here, we managed to figure it out. And I have a feeling that it died again. Why did it die again? What is it complaining about? 3 below min temp, but you just, right, what happened? Move out of range 256. There's nothing at 256. All right, give me 1 second, folks. I apparently still screwed something up. All right, maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. Looks like it completes the Z tilt, and then it's throwing an error about out of range. Okay. Okay, I know what it's doing. I know what it's doing. I think I figured it out. It's the bed mesh. So um, my bed mesh, I didn't account for the offset of the tool head, or I'm sorry, of the probe. Um, okay, cool, Dutch. Good night. I may add the lighter bar, but I have to get with Fabrico and figure out when it's available because I believe you guys said it was at Fabrico. I haven't checked to see if it's available yet, so it's something I'll have to check into. Okay, who has it then? Oh, Fysetc. So it's straight off of Ollie then? Oh, hey, BC. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the raid. I was planning on raiding you tonight, but apparently I'm running longer than I had thought. So I'm going to get myself out of the way, I promise. Come on. There we go. No. Okay, thanks, Dutch dude. Darn it. Sorry, folks. I'll try and get out of the way. But BC, thank you for the raid, my friend. I was planning on raiding you tonight, but apparently, like I said, I'm running a little bit later on my stream than I had anticipated. As you can see, we've got a printer rolling. But I guess I should do the whole creator thing. Between the printer, and I just threw a screw. Hey everybody, my name is Digital Dragon, aka Luke. Welcome to the Dragon's Den. Tonight we are working on our ZeroG Mercury 1 in a custom built enclosed frame that's kind of being beta tested for the ZeroG team. We've got everything up and finally moving under its own power. We're still doing a little bit of tweaks here and there on our configuration file. And right now, all we're trying to do is just push plastic. We'll work on tuning maybe Tuesday night, but for right now, we're just going to push plastic. And you may see me jumping around just trying to put some panels on because I cut the panels today as well. So I'm going to start trying to put some of those on as we go through and do this. So we've got BC and Royal Nomi raiding into us. Thank you all so much. For those of you that are here that are not aware, let me try and where are you guys? BC _2 _3D. Yeah, so BC and Royal Nomi are also streamers on Twitch, of course, and they do a kind of a variety stream. They show off prints. They talk about their Discord. I believe Nomi does some painting as well. And they're like me. They've got various different types of machines. It's not like they're all one type of machine or not. Pez Liz, glad to see you're in here. K2 Kevin, also somebody that raids. Pez Liz raids, or shoot, raids, streams, and Pez Liz streams as well. Yeah. So I've been talking with Dutch Dude, who's one of the ZeroG team members, as well as Turtle Crawler, who has stepped out as well. And Turtle is another one of the main ZeroG guys that does a lot of their CAD work. And so they've been helping me get everything set up. And that just hit hard against the end stop. So we might, or the bump stop. So I'll have to take a look at that and see what it just did. But it is now heating up our hot end, and there you go. So it's now doing our major line purge. I'm sorry, let me switch cameras for you. Oh, and no problem, BC. I can shout you guys out all the time. And it looks like we're still a little high, so I need to adjust downwards here. Okay. Looks like we may finally be actually sticking, so I'm going to save that. I'm going to stop this. And that may still be too high. Try and restart that real fast so that it can. Why does that move out of range? I don't get that. Okay. Sorry, folks. I am trying to fight through some changes on this printer. So we do have it moving. It is pushing plastic. Yay, BC has more classes. When does your semester start again, BC? And yes, we're definitely glad that Royal Nomi's feeling a lot better. Thank you for the follow, Penella Vodka. I appreciate the follows. Follows are free. Okay, and that procedure's tomorrow, and that's that procedure is to stabilize the vertebra, basically. Is that what I understand it to be? Oh, there we go. I really should add macros in for that. We're going to go ahead and try and kick that print off one more time, and hopefully it should be, we shouldn't have lost too much heat on the bed. There's a couple of things that we're working on this printer. Okay, tomorrow's imaging and procedure will hopefully be Thursday. Okay. Taking 2 classes. One of them is Monday and Wednesdays. Okay. Okay, I got you. So when they did my, when I had the surgery on my neck and they replaced one disc with an artificial disc between C4 and C5, no, C5, C6. C6, C7, they fused together and they basically removed the blown disc and put a wire cage there and then basically gooped it up with this stuff that helps it calcify faster. And so that's kind of what they'll do is they'll squirt a bunch of goop in there to help the bone actually solidify quicker. So fun times. Fun times. And you're starting school tomorrow. Nice. And what classes are you taking, BC, this semester? You know, the other thing I didn't do, clean the build plate. I hadn't cleaned the build plate, and I hadn't didn't put any bed weld or anything on it. You notice how that kind of just sat there. Oops. That might have just messed it up. Yep. Okay. We'll try that again. Hopefully keeping my big mitts out of the way this time. I'm going to kind of sneak around in front of this camera for a short bit. English composition and intermediate web design. Well, those sound so complimentary. So at one point in my schooling, I took accounting and economics at the same time. I highly, highly encourage people never to ever do that. Because they are very much, they use the same terminology for very, very different meanings. One panel on. I do have the side panels, but I'm going to hold off on doing those. At least the back panel, I think I'm going to drill a hole in the back middle for my PTFE tube to come in and out. So Oh yeah, I definitely get that. Being an, doing my bachelor's and master's as a, I'll say an adult learner while I was working and or in the military. You take what you can, what's not stressful, and you run with it. And those of you that came in on the raid, if you haven't and you don't mind, please click on my name and icon underneath your stream window. And that will actually count you within my stream rather than continue to be under the other stream. Just helps my numbers out. Still trying to grow a little bit as I try and give out as much information as possible to everybody through the stream here and these various printer builds. So for those of you that also just rated in with BC and Royal Nomi, in doing this, I miscalculated that the XY joints kind of sit forward of the linear rail carriage by about 10 millimeters or 1 centimeter. So I'm actually losing about 12 millimeters of travel at the front of the bed. I can recover some of that by taking my tool head apart and loosening up the belt so that I can move the tensioners a little bit forward more. But I'm not going to be able to recover all of it without running new belts. And this is some high temp belt, and the only other belts that I have. Well, I guess my option, I think I've got high temp belt that I bought for the Trident kit. So I could steal that belt and use it and then have to get new belt for the Trident. But that's one way I think I can get around that. And also, those of you that are in here now, how does my audio sound? We did a lot of work on Friday night trying to get my new microphone working. We are wireless right now, so hopefully that's working well for everybody. Great, awesome. Thank you, Royal Nomi. Oh, and thanks, Chewy. And I may wind up needing to drop this back down again. Yep, we're going to be going down tomorrow. Gracious, did it like not save my Z offset when we did the probe calibration? I want to see what this infill does, and as long as the infill looks a little bit, no Discord notifications. There should have been. I posted about this stream in just about everybody's Discord that I have the ability to post on. Okay, we're still too high. Maybe just a tad bit too high still, so we'll go down just a tad bit more. I think we're close. So let me save. Okay. 2.837. I think we're finally getting there on that. There you go, Chewy. Yeah, I posted in my Discord and I posted on like Westery One, BC and Royal Nomies, Free Heathen, the Tribe Lands on Three Heathen. So I tried to hit everybody's that I could. And I posted on Twitter as well. Like I said, I wasn't intending to like stream whole hog here. I just really wanted to stream for a little bit tonight to get this moving. I'll say I've been stressing about getting things ready for Murph, and there's still so much. Like I've got a running list of things to do just on this printer alone. Like, I need to cut the deck panel. I need to cut the bottom panel. I need to cut the door panel. We got the bed installed. We validated the software. We found a few more bugs along the way. Resolved the CAN bus issue. I have a Nevermore that I built and need to install on here on one of the sides. I have an HDMI 5 with clipper screen that I'd like to get on here, but I'm going to have to print and maybe modify and print a mount for it on the front plate. Still need to adjust the Z-tilt params because it looks like it's off a little bit still. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot more that props up. So yeah. So I've been trying to do a few more of these ad hoc streams, as much as Mrs. Dragon will allow me to do, because she knows I've been stressing a lot. Yeah, so if you're not getting notifications when I go live, the other thing that you can do, one is you need to be subscribe, or not subscribe, but you need to be following and have notifications set. That way Twitch will let you know when I go live. And based on your parameters, it'll email you or it will, throw an icon or some type of notification on your phone. Same thing with Discord. My Discord is set up so that when I go live, it does post a notification in my Discord. So you just have to be subscribed to my channel on Discord and have that room set up for notifications. And if there's something else we need to configure, Chewy, just let me know and we can get it configured, or you can configure since you're a mod on the Discord. Oh, and Red Mistress 8. And I am sorry that I missed you acknowledging your follow. Thank you for the follow. Wow, looks like I got a shout out from Ugly Move 4510 a few minutes ago. So Canelia Vodka and Red Mistress 6, if you came over and checked me out after that, thank you very much. I appreciate it. If there's a setting that we need to configure to do a live push, just let me know. You've been mooing all the shout outs. Grab some water. Still need to fix that. It's still coming over too far. No, it should be. Okay. You just didn't get a ping today? Well, did you, because I know we had talked about that before, Chewy, and I think you had your notifications silenced. So did you unsilence your notifications? Yeah, that's looking a lot better. Okay, I think that might be the issue. Don't know what I need to do. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so at least you are getting notifications. So it still looks like we're bringing you guys for a little ride. So it still looks like, if I can get it to focus, that we're getting a little bit of under extrusion, or we're just not close enough to the bed. So we're going to see how this next layer does, if it kind of picks up and covers itself up, in which case it's still a bed issue. And for those of you that don't know, this is a Sith Lord Brit pendant. And that second layer infill looks a lot better. It's a lot more solid. So I'm wondering if we're still just a tad shade too high on the bed for the first layer. Once again, this is a Revo Six with a 0.4 nozzle. Say that, but I'm going to double, triple check. That might actually be a 0.6 nozzle on it. Give me 1 second. Oh. Oops. No, that's 0.4. Yeah, I think we'll just have to adjust our first layer squish just a little bit more. Yeah, it's pushing plastic. We did do a calibration on the E-steps, so that's good. I haven't done input shaping or anything like that. This is, let's see, let me flip over to the browser window real fast and show the browser. And you'll see our speeds right now is we're getting, I think we're peaking about 60 millimeters per second. Probably the infill is where it's getting the fastest speed at this point. Yeah, you need another one of these like you need a hole in the head, Scott. Don't you have about like, I don't know, 10 of them already? Yeah, so in this case, we're not getting huge amounts of speed out of it, but it's partly because of the size of the print. It's not really a huge print. For giggles, if we wanted to, we can try and speed it up, but I don't think it's really going to make much of a difference. Well, I guess I saw some like 70s quick bursts. But yeah, I haven't done any ADXL tuning or anything like that yet. So we may do that. I may do that off stream, or we may do that on Tuesday. I just wanted to get plastic going through the Hotend to make sure that it's working well. I still need to add side panels. I need to cut the deck panel. There'll be some new side brackets in the back. I guess it helps if I get rid of that. So we need to add the rest of the panels. I need to cut the door. I need to cut the bottom lower deck panel, and then there will be side panels here that'll get printed for each side. And then I need to, like I said, cut the very bottom to cover up the electronics bay. Yeah, I figured this would make a great kind of first print. And, you know, we did the swatch truck for a while and stuff like that. I figured, sorry about this, I'm trying to raise it up so I can get you a little bit better of an angle maybe. That's the other thing I need to do is I do have a Arducam, and I've got a mount that I should be able to mount it up on the top extrusion and have it looking down, or even on maybe one of the side extrusions looking over. But I need to get the case printed for it. I've tried printing the case twice on the V0, and for whatever reason, it keeps layer shifting. So I'm going to have to print it out on the 2.4 behind me. I don't know if it was just a bad slice or what. Yeah, it's too bad, I think. Is Britt still with us, or did she have to sneak out? I think she snuck out. So we'll definitely have to post this as, hey, the first print off of this printer is actually a Creatix Brit pendant in a drab gray, but though I do have some new Starlight PLA colors coming because Nero's stream last night, he had Nick with Polymaker drop in, and he was doing a Triclaw T4, which is a Nerf style blaster pistol or rifle, and Nick dropped a 49% off code in stream, so I may have ordered more filament from Polymaker because I don't have enough sitting around this house. Yeah, I can do that, Timor. I want to say one of those streams, I have to actually upload it to YouTube because we had so many disconnects that Twitch broke it into like 13 different segments. And unfortunately, whenever you upload a video, they won't let you export it. But the last two videos, yes, I need to do the export over to YouTube. Yeah, Pezliz, you should just be getting like a weekly stipend shipment from Nick. What was I going to look at? Oh, let me see. I ordered a Starlight Mercury, a Starlight Jupiter. Actually, let me look at the full order. So, Polyflex TPU 95 blue, a TPU 95 orange, a Starlight Mercury, a Starlight Jupiter, a Starlight Neptune, 2 metallic silver, 2 metallic blue, and 2 metallic dark red. So yeah, I got like 11 spools as well. Yeah, I really need to. I keep looking at the draft and I just keep not pulling the trigger and I don't know why. One of these days, though. Oh, yeah, definitely. When you get it half off, that's a good time to get it. Yeah, I've had them drop like 50% off codes twice when I wasn't on a stream, and then I saw it afterwards. I was like, oh, yeah. What was mine? Yeah, mine was about 160, but I did get some like the Polyflex and stuff like that. I think is a little bit more expensive, but yeah, I haven't tried doing rub and buff yet. It's probably something I need to do for my helmets. Oh no, Timor. Yeah, yeah, it is. And I've got a few different TPUs here. I was looking to get some other colors. Now, is that 30 rolls that you purchased or 30 rolls that you've already printed with? Because I want to say Westry used the draft PLA for the shield that she printed for the second Captain America shield. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, Stephen Poole. TPU Rainbow from everyone. I didn't know they made a TPU Rainbow filament, much less one that's UV neon activated. That's crazy, dude. I may have to check that out. So, written pretty good. Okay. Yeah, I will. Excuse me. After the stream, I will, Chewy. And I think once this is done printing, um, I will end the stream and call it a night. I have several pictures I want to post, some showing the wiring, so you guys can see that a little better close up. I'll post a picture of the pennant. Okay, you print dragons as in like Cali dragons or like the flexi dragons like the cinder wings. Because if you're printing cinder wings and TPU, dude, you just became like my best friend. See what you guys are posting up here. Okay, so that's just some of the supports that you're showing with the rainbow filament, and then the other one you've got the black light up, so you're seeing the reaction. Nice. That is awesome. All right, you're doing flexis from Flexi Factory. Okay. Yeah, so this PTFE tube is so long, it's like half wrapped around the spool down here. And that may have caused an issue because we seem to be severely under extruding right now. Okay. Yeah, okay, we got an issue because I'm not seeing it pull through, so I think we may have busted the filament. So I'm going to go ahead and stop this print. Which sucks because it was printing nicely. Um, let me bring you guys in here. Focus. Come on, you can do it. Focus. Okay. You can see how we started getting really cruddy prints. And I pulled the Bowden tube out of the top of the extruder, and that's when I really noticed that nothing was coming out of the extruder. So I think we have a filament break in here. Let me do a an unload. And the nice thing with the macro is I push the unload button and it will heat up and do an unload. One of the issues I hate with a orbiter, and it's about the only thing I hate about an orbiter, is the feed tube at the bottom is it's a metal feed tube, and said metal feed tube, if you get a blob, it doesn't extend any. There's like no there's no saving it type of thing. So if you get a big blob at the tip of your filament, it's not going to be able to pull out. And I mean, the blob doesn't look too big, but I think what I need to do is cut that, and I need to replace or not replace, but I need to just cut down the Bowden tube. It's not going to need to be that long anyhow. I just grabbed it and ran with it, so I'm going to cut some off of it. And the Bowden tube I'm using, by the way, is 3 mil inside diameter. So it's pretty much the stuff I've been using on my MMUs and all my reverse Bowden stuff. So once again with the orbiter, it has macros. So once it detects filament, it will heat up the it'll heat up the hot end, right, to 235, and then it'll load the filament and purge everything out. No need to do while we're waiting if it'll let me, and it won't. Oh well. Oh, duh. Might also help if I put the lever back on. So what do I know about filament cutters? They work. That was weird. So um, oh, for MMUs. So the only practical experience I have is on the MMU 2S, which is the one that I use. And it does have a filament cutter. It's worked fairly well. It saved itself from several mess ups where it didn't require me to intervene, is what I mean by mess ups. So most of the time, it will try and load 3 times. If it can't do it after 3 times, it will automatically cut the filament and try a 4th time. It'll try and do it on misloads, really. While we're here, oh, not that. Configuration. I highly suggest that on your configuration, it's UI settings, let's turn on cancel print. That way you don't have to pause, then cancel. You can just go straight to cancel. So if you want to do it every time like the AMS does, just be aware that when the AMS cuts the filament, it's doing it at the tool head. The MMU would do it at the MMU unit. So you would have to be able to figure out the parameter so that after it brought it back, it would cut the tip. So it's just knowing where to make those changes at. So now we get the ability to hit the stop button or the cancel button. And it's going to go ahead and do its thing. So, yeah, so for the MMU, yeah, it does it on jams or, like I said, misloads, just to make sure it has a clean tip and it can actually load all the way through. But that's it. Yeah. And I decided to use the shorter bit, and that's probably going to be too short now, and I'll rub up against the belt, but c'est la vie. Yeah, and I think my points are still off on here, so I need to adjust those. The back one's fine, but the left and right side I don't think are properly accounting for the probe offset. Yeah, I know the Smurf does, and Urkva has the mod. Okay. The other thing that I'm doing a beta of, one of the things I was looking at is, will this mount on here in some way, shape, or form? It could, and what I'd have to do is I could do a little riser with a bar across the top, and I'd be able to mount a trad rack up at the top there, kind of something like that. I'd probably spin around the other way because this would be the entrance point for all the lanes, so it would be more say turned around like this with, of course, the electronics moved somewhere else other than right there, like behind it. But I could put like the tool changer up here and then do the central with GEC 5, I think it's GEC bearing, like right down the middle for my bud tube. You applied for that, Chewy? Awesome. So yeah, and I've seen people like on the K3 that have mounted it on the side or the back. I don't know how that impacts the operation of the servo arm itself. But yeah. So guys, it is 8:13 here. We're running out of some daylight, so to speak. And I was anticipating this just being a short stream. We will be streaming on Tuesday as normal, and we will be printing on this on Tuesday. So with that, I do want to say good evening. I am going to raid into somebody. I believe that raid will be into Westery if she is still on. I will have to see. But I did get a notice that she was on. Yep, and she is on. Let me see what she's up to.
That's still really cool.
So she's running around the farm. So we can go heckle Westery a little bit. I know she dropped in here a little bit earlier. Once this is done, I will post pictures of this print, and I may also swap colors to something a little more interesting than gray. I still need to fix that. So yeah, thank you all for being here once again for another impromptu stream. I think it's the third one this week. It's like I said, I've been getting a little anxious for the upcoming Murph and wanting to get this printer done and a few other things. So thank you for bearing with me. Thank you for coming out and hanging out and checking out the printer. We will be streaming again Tuesday night. I promise I will not stream again before Tuesday night. And yeah, thanks for being out. come with me as we go over and see Westery 1. And like I said, we can go over and heckle her a little bit. But thank you all so much for being here and for hanging out with me. It's been great chatting with you guys. It really has been. So I appreciate it. And you all have a great day. I'm going to set up that raid and we can raid out. No schedule is the best kind. Yeah, except everybody like doesn't realize I'm on. But yeah, so thanks a lot, guys, for being out here. And let's go raid over into Westery 1 and give her a little bit of a rough time. Take care.